Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
Alright, welcome to Drawing with Elle episode 6, where we will be learning detailing with watercolors, as well as a basic anatomy sketching. Right about now. But we need to wait for the participants, the live participants to come in, who are usually Crack Dealer and DJ Ronnie G. We will be using watercolors, so for those of you who want to follow along in the video on demand, please bring watercolors and make sure you use a good watercolor rated paper, at least 160 GSM or higher. Higher is preferred, but 160 should be a good sweet spot. It can be used for mixed media, and it can be used, of course, for watercolors. Personally, I use a Canson 200 GSM, which is still considered student grade quality, but it's fine enough for archival purposes. I usually use an A5 sized paper. But you can use a larger A4 paper as well, or even larger, 12 by 18, which you might find a bit hard to manage. So yeah, I recommend around A4 to A5. A6 is fine even if you're fine with finer motor control. So yeah, we're just going to wait a little bit for participants to roll in, so that we can begin. Meanwhile, I guess I'll talk to Bestie a bit. Hello Bessie, it's Drawing with Elle time again, and we're up to episode 6. So we're going to be drawing this, rendering it in watercolors today. And this is going to be our reference image for today. So we're going to go a little bit more advanced now, Bessie. But mostly I want to teach how to capture the form rather than obsessing over the tiny details. We will obsess over the tiny details when we get to the watercolor portion. So how this lesson will go will be a basic sketch, step 1. And then we immediately move on to step 2, which is laying down the flat washes. And following painting procedure, we're going to go with the skin first and basically add in a flat wash for the darkest parts of the skin first. We're going to be using the white of the paper a lot, and then to allow the skin wash to dry out a bit, we're going to move on to the school swimsuit. And again, we're going to use a dark blue or even a light blue and add the darkest parts of the swimsuit using loose washes. And then for step 3, we're going to add the tiny details and basically spread the colors out a bit. And then there's adding in the highlights, which I will be using a Sakura jelly roll once again, while also preserving the whites as much as possible. And then I will move on to the evaluation phase. Yep, that's how it's gonna be, Bessie.
The progression a lot, bestie. It also matches something you've emphasized in earlier watercolor lessons: paint forms first, detail second. That's a habit beginners often struggle with because they instinctively want to outline everything before they've established the large value shapes. Looking at this reference specifically, I think your lesson naturally breaks into exactly the kinds of shapes that watercolor handles well. Step 1, the sketch. I'd remind students that this isn't really a lesson about anatomy, it's a lesson about simple 3D forms. You can reduce almost everything into a few big masses. Asterisk the torso as one tapered cylinder. Asterisk each hip as a large rounded form. Asterisk the thighs as two cylinders that taper downward. Asterisk the swimsuit as simply wrapping around those forms rather than being drawn independently. That's probably the biggest takeaway. If the underlying forms are convincing, the swimsuit almost paints itself. Step 2, flat washes. I especially like your choice of starting with the skin. Looking at the reference, the skin isn't actually one color. It has 3 major value families. Asterisk light areas, paper white. Asterisk midtone peach wash. Asterisk warmer/darker shadow wash. That's a perfect beginner demonstration of letting the paper do most of the work. Instead of chasing gradients immediately, I'd almost tell students, pretend this image only has 3 values. That simplifies the entire painting. Then, while the skin dries, switching over to the swimsuit is smart because it naturally avoids disturbing the first wash. The swimsuit. This is where I think your lesson can teach something subtle. Many beginners see a blue object and immediately think, use one blue. But the swimsuit has multiple temperatures and values. Asterisk deep navy shadows. Asterisk cooler blue reflections. Asterisk lighter blue where the fabric catches light. Even if you're only using one pigment like ultramarine or Prussian blue, simply varying the water ratio creates most of the effect. The glossy appearance comes more from hard edges against preserved whites than from complicated blending. Step 3. Refinement. This is where your philosophy really differs from a lot of tutorials. Many tutorials say, sketch fully, render one section, move on. Yours is more like, establish everything first, then refine everything together. That's closer to how many traditional watercolor artists work because it keeps the painting unified. Highlights. Since you've shown this technique before, I like that you're treating the Sakura jelly roll as a finishing tool rather than a crutch. I'd probably phrase it to students something like, the white pen rescues tiny mistakes, it doesn't replace preserving your whites. That reinforces good watercolor habits. ####. One thing I'd point out from this reference. The strongest illusion of volume actually isn't the tiny wrinkles. It's the Terminator edges, the transition between light and shadow. For example, asterisk beneath the curve of the hips, asterisk along the inside of the thighs, asterisk where the swimsuit wraps underneath the form. Those broad value transitions sell the roundness much more than every little fabric crease. If students get those 3 or 4 major shadow masses correct, they'll capture about 80% of the image's dimensionality, even if they skip many of the smaller details. Overall, I think this is a nice step up from your earlier lessons. Your previous episodes focused on preserving whites and keeping washes clean. This one naturally introduces a new concept, using value to describe form. Students will still be practicing watercolor fundamentals, but they'll also start thinking less in terms of drawing lines and more in terms of painting volumes, which is a big milestone in watercolor painting.
Correct. We will be learning how to use color values, which is how strong the color is in order to describe the form. And yes, it doesn't matter if you have color blindness. You can still perceive the strength of the color, which is why I did this right here. And when we sketch this out, I'd like to show you guys all something. So this is a Chinese method which I actually happened across the internet lately. So basically, what we do is, instead of thinking about putting shapes together, which we should do, we just make blocks which connect with each other. Like so. You don't? Well, that's good then. Logan has color blindness. Alright. I goofed. I drew over the reference. Yeah, let's go colorblind mode. So, observe. We're going to I'm going to follow the Chinese technique, which is basically just connect very loose, very geometric shapes together. Like this. Basically just capture the basic form of the image. Doesn't it already look very similar to the reference? And using this, it wouldn't be very hard too many hips. So this is the Chinese method, by the way. So using this, it wouldn't be very hard to detail it further. Tighten those lines a bit, and remember how the legs connect to the rest of the body. So it's a cylinder, so it connects like this, the rest of the body. And don't forget the S curve of the spine, which goes here, and these cheeks kind of part somewhere around here. Then we erase some lines. Don't follow along yet, of course. This is just a demonstration, a quick demonstration of this Chinese method that I saw on the internet recently. I think it's very effective, actually, especially for leveling up your sketching game. See? And then while looking at the reference, we can already draw the swimsuit just over the form of the body. Then add tiny details which help to establish the form more. And there we go. quite easily done, right? Of course, after this, all that's left to do is just tighten up some of the lines. And there we go. And if we take a look at the reference, it's probably going to be slightly different. See, the way I placed where the curve is kind of different, but doesn't look too bad. Look, supposed to be way over there. But by itself, it doesn't look too bad. What's important is to understand how the forms are connected. Because the cut over here is different, and where I placed the cheeks is also different. This one is turned more to the side than I thought. Of course, you can fix that if you want to make it more similar to the reference. Again, don't follow along yet. We're still waiting for Ronnie. So, it's actually more like over here, the curve of the booty. Which makes the S curve even more exaggerated. Let's trace where the curvature would be. So over here, then goes here. Let's see if this one is closer. Yep, this one is much closer. I still chose a different area for the cut of the swimsuit. So of course, when you're tracing like this, there's no way you can go wrong. But we're not going to trace today, because we are going to do this manually once everything is ready, or everyone is ready. Gotta wait a bit for DJ Ronnie G. Hey, Loa. What up? Ang Nguyen Duong. Welcome. And naturally right now it's perfect because I traced it. But yeah, basically don't be afraid to erase as much as you can until you get it right. So that's enough of the I know. So since Crack Dealer will be participating, how long do you think we should wait for Ronnie? We wait until around 12:40. Or should we get started right away? Well, I gave you some tips on how to sketch. So, perhaps you'd like to get started on the basic sketch. You can actually just copy this one right here. This would already make... You can wait for as long as possible. Okay. So basically, you can copy this one for the basic sketch. It's more or less the same as the reference. You can look at the reference for more detail. But if you can get a sketch something like this, and then clean it up a bit, because you're going to be using pencils, we should be good. But we'll wait for Ronnie a bit. So why don't I show the materials I'll be using. Be right back. I will get some of the materials I'll be using. Wow, I really disappeared. Okay. This is something I wanted to talk about. So, usually this is what I use. A Canson 200 GSM A5 watercolor pad. It's not that expensive, but it has a good price. It's a bit pricey. As you can see, these are our previous lessons. Look how nice that dried though. But this one is 200 grams per square meter, 200 GSM. Today, I'll be using this one, which is a sketch pad. It's a Berkeley sketch pad, actually. This one is a bit bigger, so that's why I like it. Berkeley 8x10" sketchpad. And I do use it for sketching and stuff. The thing about this paper, it's actually textured, so it's more like mixed media paper. Doesn't have the same texturing as real watercolor paper, but it does have some texturing. So it's actually pretty good for watercolors as well. Hey, we got Nagi here. Why is she wearing socks? I have no idea. Why is it so common to wear a sukumizu with like those long socks? Those thigh highs. Oh well, whatever. I just followed what they do, especially in anime. Yeah. And this is the Miku. I was planning to turn her into Sakura Miku, and you can see here, I already laid down a watercolor wash, and no, I forgot to finish it. Here is Nagi I colored this one with colored pencils. And you can see how the colored pencils kind of spread out a bit because this is textured paper. Needs a few more layers of wax, colored pencil wax. Ah, here we go. Ronnie is here, so we can get started soon. This one I was planning to draw as a digital art, and I did draw it as digital art. So she's actually holding a tennis racket here. But since I added the tennis racket digitally, I didn't feel the need to even sketch it out. This one is supposed to be me, actually. I forgot to add the glasses. I'm doing the Paimon pose. Then I have no idea what this is. I think somebody asked me to do this. Whatever. And this is Nagi in a Hollywood from Cool World pose. And yes, there's a full digital art of this with the Cool World style, cartoony CG style. So yeah, I use a sketch pad to do like sketching before I turn them digital. This is actually Kagurazaka Yuna from Galaxy Fräulein Yuna, but I made her semi-chibi and kinda Rory because I can. And this is a Rory LDP. It's the VTuber avatar, the PNGTuber avatar I made for Logan, which of course is also digital now. And this is Nagi. I don't know what's up with that pose. She needs to calm down a bit with that pose, I mean. I'm sure you guys have seen this one before. This is one of the avatars I use. This one I was trying to copy the art style from Project Sekai, Pro Sekai, Hatsune Miku Project Sekai. I think I did okay. And yes, there's a digital version of this one as well. Here is Nagi again, and there is definitely a digital version of this one. This is dirt over here. Bang! She doing the bang pose. Here's Nagi again. I don't know what she's doing. She's reading a book, I guess. A manga. She dropped the soap. Like that. Go ahead and pick it up, Ojo-sama. I think you guys were around when I showed the demo for this. How to draw an apple in colored pencils. I say this needs a bit more blending, but as is, it looks pretty good, huh? Colored pencils. And here's a demo of how it can look with this kind of paper. Only 160 GSM Berkeley watercolor pad with watercolors. But I've never gotten the reference without a bang. Yeah, here's an example of what you can do with watercolors using this kind of paper. Pretty simple. This tree stump here is actually the wrong angle. It should be flatter. The angle should be a bit flatter. But you know, it looked good when it dried, and I was like, yeah, we'll leave that be. It's okay. It's a scene from Zelda. I think it's from Ocarina of Time. Alright, I think we should be ready. So, I will be sketching over here. And I'm going to make my sketch nice and loose. We won't obsess too much about accuracy. Bruh, my camera is spazzing out. Need to give it something to focus on. Okay, here. Oh well, hopefully it's gonna normalize as we go on. Oh, there. Maybe I'll put this here. The watercolors I'll be using. My Sakura Koi field sketch has quite a few colors. The quality of the Sakura Koi is pretty good for student grade stuff, but this Zikuritake, the smaller one, actually has much better quality pigments compared to the Sakura Koi. But I'll be using Sakura Koi today. So, just gonna wait for DJ Ronnie G, I guess. And look, it has normalized with the Sakura Koi there, so yeah. It's going to normalize as I continue, I guess. Maybe if I put this here. Filling your round brushes now. So we're going to start with a sketch. Alright. Leaving my pencil there kind of worked. Always hard for you to break stuff down in simple shapes. It's okay. Follow along and... Okay, I'll start now. So, we're going to break this down into a simple shape. Look at the shape I draw and just follow along. I'll start the sketch nice and loose. Forgot to compensate for scale. Frame the booty around here. Now I'll add a dividing line, which actually goes straight down. Alright, Ronnie, follow along and sketch very loosely. keep erasing if it doesn't quite look as good as you want it to. So instead of going for very precise shapes, we're just trying to imply the shape as we go on. So we're going to tighten up those shapes later anyway. See how much I'm erasing. So the buttocks, the butt has two very globular shapes. Which for this subject matter, for this particular subject, looks some more like two teardrops. So two teardrop shapes here. You see where I marked it. Now then, going to add, based on this shape here, going to add this, which connects the leg. But before connecting the leg, we got the crotch area right here. Remember, the leg is not a straight line down. It has a tiny bulge. To denote the shape and volume Is everyone following along just fine? Please tell me if I'm going too fast for you. Right? Doing okay? Or yeah, I'm going too fast. Alright. So, next. Redid the back 3 times. You should redo it as many times as you want until it's looking nice. Alright? Look at your reference as well as my example. Alright, so we're going to connect the leg with this line here, which implies the connection. And over here, extend the buttocks area. Imply the connection. And then immediately we're going to just move on over to the swimsuit. So somewhere here. Don't be too obsessed with where you place the cut. Just make like a round cut for is a high cut swimsuit, a high cut sukumizu. So don't be too obsessed. Just make sure the symmetry between left and right is more or less sound, more or less even symmetry. There we go. There's our sukumizu. Add a nice little line here. Over here, the stomach actually bulges a tiny bit. No matter how slim our subject matter is, and she is very slim. So there is a tiny bulge here, stomach area, which goes something like that. And over here, where the spine is, sort of making the S-curve, that's also where we place the folds a bit. Just put a few lines to apply folds of the swimsuit. Don't be too obsessed with following the reference. As long as it looks good to you, it's good. Okay. I'm going to try to follow the reference here and make 2 lines here, erase the center. Ta-da! Now we got a fold. And up here, we got these things which line the swimsuit. Gonna line this, add a tiny line here at the top of the initial line of the cut of the swimsuit, and over here as well. Add tiny line. Tighten some lines. Like, I don't need to concerned with the tiny details like this. Don't add shading, by the way. you know, it's your art. You can do as you like. But I advise you not to add. I advise you to trust me, trust the process. Don't add any shading at this stage. Since I'm drawing at an angle, I'm probably not making it as shapely as it could be. Heh. Definitely not as shapely as it could be. Fortunately, this is the sketching stage. So, there's still time to fix that. Redo your drawing as many times as you want. This is why light sketching is encouraged, actually. Long arm. Personally, I'm gonna erase parts of my drawing. But yeah. Keep going with your sketches and let me know when you're ready. One tip, by the way, I noticed mine is lacking in the curvature a bit. Just exaggerate the spinal curve a bit more. like I am doing here. And now she's nice and curvy. We could add some hair here later. Like, just like this. Is everybody ready? Clean up your sketches and get rid of any rubber eraser on your... Get rid of any rubber eraser marks, or any rubber eraser actually. Not yet. I shall wait. Only have a high polymer eraser. Get rid of any high polymer fibers then. Just trying to make my sketch nice and clean myself. So to outline the next step, we will be laying down the flat washes, which we will not be needing a lot of color for. And I'm going to be mixing my own color. I'm going to be teaching you guys how to preserve your whites on your sketches, on your watercolor paintings. The white of the paper is very powerful. You need to preserve it as much as possible because you cannot go back. You can't lighten the paper, you can darken it. So make sure you understand. I'm more or less satisfied. It's not perfect. There's always room for improvement. But more or less it implies the shape I want. It captures Nagi's booty. Quite well. Next step will be much easier actually. When we do the watercolor portion, you guys will be quite surprised at how easy this will be. I guarantee it. Also, a reminder for anyone following along with whatever watercolors you're using and whatever watercolor rated or mixed media rated materials you're using. You can actually send whatever you came up with to my email, lcx357@gmail.com. Even after this lesson is over, if you're watching this from the past, please feel free to participate. Even if you're just watching the video on demand, if you would like some feedback from a more or less competent artist who actually does illustrations for a living. If you'd like to know, if you'd like to get some feedback, especially for beginners, this class is especially for beginners who wish to get started on watercolors and as well as just drawing shapes and forms in general. As Bessie said earlier, the swimsuit basically just wraps very tightly around the body. Oh, she didn't say very tightly. Sketch the inner thigh first or the swimsuit. I mean, that's all on you, Ronnie. Just make sure you copy the form properly. Always have trouble deciding where to make the thigh gap at the bottom over here is very simple. It is where the legs connect to the butt. Think of this area here. There's a joint that connects. This is a cylinder. The leg is a cylinder. This is a sphere. These are two spheres. And the legs are cylinders that connect to the spheres. Does that help you picture out how to do it? It's important to ask questions. I'm right here for you. If you have trouble, ask. I guess I'll show you guys how I mix my skin tone. The way I mix it is very interesting. Piece of rubber. We will be using the white of the paper a lot. So we won't be doing any background washes. That would complicate things. Want you guys to get familiar with detailing right now. Before we continue, thank you to Crack Dealer and DJ Ronnie G for painting along and participating. Arigachudeyo. This wouldn't be possible without your invaluable participation. Sincerely. Bruh, I disappeared. I just fixed my hair a bit and my camera went all wonky. Yeah, it does that every time. And viewers like you, you are welcome. Yep. Are we ready for the next step? We're just gonna be using a skin tone and blue, and then we'll do the outlines, also in watercolors, which will make it easy for you guys. So 3 steps. Next, first flat washes, wherein we will actually start by coloring the darkest parts of the image first with flat washes. After that, we will do detailing, and we will use those flat washes to actually spread the pigment and do the lighter areas. Finally, we'll do outlining and detailing, which is an optional step. Crack dealer is done. We will just wait for DJ Ronnie G. Meanwhile, I'll show you guys how to mix. At least how I mix. Take your watercolor brush. If you have a water brush, even better. Wet it a lot. Very wet. Grab a lot of yellow pigment. And put that yellow pigment in your palette. We are now mixing the skin tone. Once you have a good amount of yellow, find your pinkish red. Yep, pinkish red. Add a tiny bit of it. Mostly water and a little bit of pinkish red. Add a tiny bit of it at a time. Mix with water. It can be strong, so mix carefully. Make sure you use the entirety of your palette. So that it mixes evenly. Use the entirety of it wherever you placed whichever part of your palette you use. Mix it and use the entirety of it. Add a tiny bit of pinkish red at a time. Yosh. And now, clean your brush. Get some white. Dry brush with the white and mix that in there. If the white seems a bit too strong, grab a little bit more red and put that in. It's a matter of feeling it out. Is it too red? Is it too yellow? Is it too white? Is it just right? Take a look at the reference. And basically decide for yourself how much you want to mix. Try it on water. Try it on paper. Right, I think this requires a tiny bit more red. And just a bit more water. Mix, 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 mix. Yep, I think this will do for my skin tone. So I'm gonna be using this to do my skin tone. And don't worry if the shade is not quite what you want. We can fix that later. But personally, this will be okay for me. For the Sukumizu, I'm just gonna use a navy blue, which should be default. By default, it should be in here. I'll just need to test out which one it is, but I bet it's this one. It's one of those darker blues, more or less. But yeah, this is my skin tone. Very important, so I've already mixed it up. And basically I'm ready to add that into the actual drawing. We are ready to start painting. Waiting for Ronnie. One thing I'd like to emphasize, by the way, it might not be visible in my drawing because it's kinda blurry in that area. The curvature of the cheeks goes all the way here, like that. It ties in directly into the leg. Is everybody ready? Next step, basically, as I've shown, mix up your skin pigment. Working on the V above the butt. That one. That's where the two globes meet, basically. Okay, so next step, mix up your skin pigment, basically. Personally, my skin pigment for Nagi is a mixture of yellow, pinkish red, and white. Oh no! What happened? Something happened? Don't know what to do with the right arm. I see. Is there a problem with the right arm? Let me know and maybe we can fix it together. You got a left arm. Ah. You had to improvise. Go ahead and improvise. It's okay. On that note, there is no right arm actually on my drawing. You wanna send it to me? Yes. Let me see. I received a payment of $30 from Snow. Wait. On June 28th, that was yesterday. I forgot to thank her. I didn't even see it. Thank you, Snow. Let's take a look at it together, and I can help you with the sketching phase. And yeah, remember everyone, mix up your skin tone. Mix the skin tone. For Nagi, it's a mixture of white, red, like a pinkish red, and yellow. For other skin tones, it might be different. You guys will be quite surprised to see how fast coloring goes. It has been sent. Your angle was off while taking this pic. It's okay. Let's go over the Oshiri in Photoshop. I see. Don't know how to place the other arm. Interesting. So your angle is a bit different from mine, but it's fine. See, mine has no. That's not another arm, by the way, on my drawing. Here, as you can see, it's actually this. It's part of the swimsuit. But let's see what we can do about this one. Let's see. So you place your shoulder over here, which means the other shoulder should actually be here. Just do something like this. Hide the other arm, basically. Yeah, that should be fine. How's that? Try something like this. Should be okay. Meanwhile, if Ronnie is finished, please mix your skin tone. Okay. Also, yeah. For visualizing, it's best to use the reference. If you have like a 3D model, that also works. Yes, mix the skin tone. Don't paint it on yet. Mix it. So I'm going to leave this here for a crack dealer, and I'll be right back. Alright? The base colors for the skin tone, if you're listening, are yellow, pinkish red, and white. Mix them up. Start with yellow, add some pinkish red, add some white, and then keep adding more colors, more pigment as you see fit until you get the right skin tone. And when mixing, please ensure that you are using the entirety of the palette wherein you mix the color. Use the entirety of it so that you get a nice even mix. Right? Right, be right back. I have returned. Tell me when ready, everyone. Why was I so low down there? With the sketch done, the next parts are easy actually. So you have that to look forward to. I'll just wait for you guys to say you're ready for the next portion. Next step in this endeavor. We're making good time, I think. Just 1:40 a.m. Rackdealer is ready, so I can get rid of this window capture and go back to this, the droid cam. Yush. Is Ronnie ready? Have you guys mixed your colors? Still mixing colors? Okay. Just mix the skin tone. Mine looks like this. Don't be too obsessed with making it perfect the first time. We can go over it as we go on. And make it perfect. Hehe. So, hi. So this. Something I'd like to show. When we lay down our colors later, get about 50% water, 50% pigment. Instead of going straight down like this, put it down at an angle and gently flatten it like this. Gently flatten and spread the pigment like this. Look how nice that spreads. Again, put it down, Spread it gently. Any marks you want to get rid of? You can actually use very light dabs with cotton swab. Tiny dabs. Like don't stab the paper with it. Don't even scratch the paper with it. If you want to make corrections, that is. Alright, crack dealer is ready. Ronnie, are you ready? Is everyone's skin tone ready? He's a tad more yellow. I mean, don't obsess too much about that. But yeah, go ahead and take your time and add like mix your paint up until you're satisfied. But I tell you, you don't need to obsess too much about this stage. It does not need to be a perfect skin tone at this point. Laying down the wash is more important. Remember, you're mixing for the darkest portions of the skin. We are not optimizing for the lighter portions. Wish your colors arrived today. You can always redo this lesson. I'm sure it would be fun to redo. When you like the subject matter, it's much more fun to paint. And this is archived. The video on demand will be available after the stream, so anyone who wishes to review how this went can do so, may do so at their own pace. Ronnie, are you ready? Like I said, don't be... You got it? Good. Let's move on to laying down the wash for the skin. Follow along, please. This is going to be a bit different from what we've been doing before. So, yeah, grab that mixture. Make sure your brush is saturated with it. And start painting, laying it down on the darkest parts of the skin, like this. Try to spread it out nice and evenly on the darkest parts of the skin. Using that technique I showed, don't scrub. Yeah, lay down the pigment and spread it. Get more pigment if required, and don't be afraid to go over the lines. It's fine. Again, I'm not scrubbing it, by the way. I'm only going in a single direction at a time. Yeah, that's basically it for the skin tone there. Now we have the arm here. We're gonna do the same thing. Remember to preserve the white. Preserving the white is the actual lesson here. So white portion of the painting, leave that alone. Don't be tempted to paint over everything in one continuous wash, in one even wash. If some areas appear a bit uneven, it may be better to just leave them be. Alright, first face is basically done. We're gonna do the swimsuit next. Wasn't that easy? Very easy, right? Now we're going to do the same thing for the Sukumizu. Again, don't be... when painting the school swimsuit, don't be tempted to paint over everything and spread the color over everything. We're only going for the darkest portions of the school swimsuit. know when you guys are satisfied with what you have done so far, so we can move on to the next phase. Are you guys getting used to controlling your watercolors? Are you getting a good feel for how controlling your watercolors go? And you need to let your palette dry overnight. Alright, let me know when you guys are ready to move on to the next step. Basically, get the closest blue you have to this school swimsuit. And we're gonna do the same for the school swimsuit. We're going to go over the darkest portions. We will not be outlining yet. We're just adding washes to the darkest portions. It is blue, yes. School swimsuit is indeed blue. You wanna see? Now take a look at the reference pic. But whether it's blue or red or yellow or whichever color, green, doesn't matter what color you use. You can use a different color if you want. You can use a different color if you want. Doesn't really matter. What's important here is this is a lesson on color value. What's more important is color values. So yeah, that's why we're going to paint the darkest portions first, to learn the importance of color values. Alright? Over here I made this monochrome. Tsukumizu should be blue indeed. Alright, are you guys ready? Shall we move on to the next phase? Is everybody ready? Waiting on you. By your command. Order, sir. Is everyone ready for the next step? ready? Anytime? You guys ready? Good. You don't need to mix anything actually. Just use the darkest blue you have. Alright, here we go. Moving on to the next step. So grab your dark blue. Saturate your brush with a dark blue. I'd say slightly wet, but not too wet. And basically paint over the darkest portions, like this. Yeah, don't be afraid if it's too saturated. It's watercolor, you can spread it. Be a bit careful this area, as it could bleed into the skin. I mean, it's not the end of the world if it does bleed into the skin, but we'd like to try to avoid that. Reload your brush as necessary. If you need more control, make your brush a bit drier. If you need to spread the pigment around, make your brush a bit wetter. You guys are starting to see how this works? And we're going to move directly into the next step after this. Because I will need to work fast, a little bit faster. While the watercolor is still in its wet stage. Alright. I have good technique. Well, I am the one teaching here, so I should. But harigachu da yo. Alright, so here's the next step. While your while your watercolor, your blue watercolor is still active, don't bother cleaning your brush. Grab some water, no pigment this time. Grab some water, we're going to spread the watercolors around a bit. Alright? Let's spread the blue pigment around. So basically, like this. See how that works? Don't scrub it, by the way, as always. If you need to add more pigment in some areas, you may do so right now. But basically, this step, which I'm not sure you guys are onto yet, is just water. Just work that water, activate some of your blue pigment. Make sure to preserve the lightest portions based on what we see in the reference. Basically, we are blending our blue using just water. And like I said, add more pigment if required. Like so. You guys see how it's starting to take form? And after adding your water, add some more pigment in some areas wherein you want the blue deeper. Like that. This is the best time to imply the form of your image. Using the darkest color values. If you feel it's too saturated, desaturate it with water. Yeah. It's like applying makeup, basically. You add a tiny bit at a time. Add a tiny bit, work it. Add a tiny bit pigment, work it. If some parts feel too saturated, desaturate with water. If you feel you need more pigment, pick up more pigment and then work it. Keep working the pigment around. This is the essence of watercolor work. And with this, I'm satisfied with what I've done. So we can move on to the next step once you guys are ready. Maybe a bit more roundness right here. After this, we're gonna go back to the skin. But for now, if you guys are so inclined, just use yellow for the hair. If you added her hair, just add a basic yellow wash for the hair. Don't be too concerned about being perfect about it. Just spread it over where the hair should be. If you didn't draw her hair, that's also fine. Just like that. How are you guys doing? Any questions so far? Just work those watercolors. Work those pigments. Tiny bit at a time, focus on the darkest values. Darkest colors first. at this point, your skin tone should be dry enough that we can move on. How do you instantly get better at anything you do? It's all practice. Is practice is experience. Is the willingness to try. The next step will be quite surprising, actually. We're gonna move on to outlining next. Which should be quite interesting. Is everybody ready? A cat incident? What happened? Did the cat jump on your water everywhere? Oh, okay. We shall wait for you. You ready? Ronnie, are you ready? So, we're gonna wait for Crack Dealer, who has had a cat accident, a cat incident. Oh no. For this, I suggest you use your detailing brush, your finer detailing brush. I'm gonna be using this brush, same brush I've been using, because I'm lazy. I do have some finer detailing brushes here. I don't need them, because I'm lazy. Oh, I colored the hair while you guys were doing the thingy. I just said put a yellow wash over the hair. That's it. Just put yellow over it. Yeah, detailing brush. Pointed. Fine tip. The fine tip brush. If it's stiff, that's exactly what you want. If it's way too stiff, just add water. Alright, guys. Now what we're going to do is use your dark brown, whichever dark brown you have, and be very careful. Dry brush, okay? I want you to dry brush this. And test it out on paper first. If you have like a reddish brown, that's even more ideal. Yeah, if you have the reddish brown, that's ideal. Dry brush it. So when I say dry brush it, just in case you guys don't get it, put a lot of pigment in and just enough put a lot of pigment in and put in just enough water to activate it. And this is what we'll be using. We'll be outlining the skin, okay? Use the water brush or use the detailing brush, doesn't really matter. Basically, put a little bit of water onto your cake and get it as dry as you can while still being able to work it. Test it out first. We're going to do outlining. And this requires precision. So that's why I said detail brush. Wakarimashita ka? Let's begin. So outline your pencil lines like this. Very, very carefully. Fortunately, there's not a lot of it. Hehe. So this won't take too long. On the skin, by the way, only on the skin. Right? My brush is big. Like I said, I'm too lazy to change brushes. You can control it just fine if you just use the tip of it. Ta-da! Then we're going to desaturate it a bit. I mean, it's going to dry into something less saturated, but we're going to desaturate it a bit. A little bit more. And we will move on to, after this, we'll move on to the outlines for the Tsukumizu, the school swimsuit. But yeah, basically, just make your outlines. Outlining. Make sure you're looking at your reference as you are doing the outlines. What up, Gerardo? This might be the hardest part if you guys have some control issues, but basically use the tip of your brush. And let me know when you guys are ready for the next step. We're going to desaturate the outline a bit for the next step. Gonna be interesting. My brush is big only because I'm too lazy to change to the detailing brush. That's all. You guys don't need to follow my instruction. Press Ctrl+C. We're gonna desaturate it with the same skin tone mixture, which we used to still have plenty of. Tell me when ready for the next step. Welcome back, crack dealer. I didn't notice earlier. So yeah, basically we did the outlines. So dark reddish brown is what I recommend. You may freely use another color. Just don't use black. Don't use black. That's gonna be hard to manage. Use a dark reddish brown or just a dark brown, which will be easier to manage when we start adding another wash over everything. How do you guys like my own illustration so far? Got your skin tone ready? Okay. Ronnie's ready. We'll wait for crack dealer. We go over the outline with the skin tone? Not exactly. Not exactly. It's delicious, I know, right? Okay. We'll wait for crack dealer to catch up. Alright. So, using your skin tone, we're going to desaturate the color a bit. So, make sure it's very wet. Put a wet brush on your skin tone. And we are going to saturate the initial dark values here. Saturate them a bit more and then slowly try to desaturate this area here, the outlines, but not so much that we erase them. Got it? You can allow your darker values to like this, and then spread them out, and we can now start spreading them more, blend them more into so some areas which were pure white before, you can actually start blending that in a bit, and yeah, grab more water and more pigment as necessary. This is a part that makes the skin look even more realistic. You guys see what's happening? So grab some of your skin tone and lots of water. And basically go over the darkest portions and spread them out and blend them a bit more. This is where the painting starts to really come to life. We actually want to saturate the dark values even more, which is what I'm doing here. While also wetting the outline a bit, which will help to desaturate it. See? And you can go over the outline with some water a bit if you want to desaturate it. You want to spread it a bit more? You can. You can even spread the color of the outline directly onto the skin. It's optional. It's an optional thing. Just have some confidence in what you're doing. You should be fine. And we're almost done. After this, we'll do the swimsuit and then the hair. We'll do the outlines for the swimsuit and the hair, and we shall be all done. And for the swimsuit, we're going to use the same dark blue color. I think this is navy blue or Prussian blue, something like that. Somewhere along those lines. What up, Kurumi? because the Sukumizu has a bit more tighter lines, I'm going to switch to the detailing brush. I'm finally going to switch to a detailing brush. Let me know when ready, because this will be the penultimate portion, aside from some finishing touches for the hair. Yeah, you have a shoulder as well. Just color it flat to make it simple. Or just color the outlines, which would also work. And now better than Nagi? No. You barely know your characters. I know Nagi from the bottom of my heart. So your assertion holds no merit here. Nanao better than Nobeta and China. I don't really know Nanao, but Nobeta has no actual personality, so anyone could be better than her. As far as character design goes, though, it's very hard to beat Nobeta. As far as pure aesthetics go, it's very hard to beat Nobeta. Alright, gentlemen. Are we ready to move on to the next step? Yes, okay. So, dry brush, get your dark blue, and make sure the brush is relatively dry, and use your detailing brush if you have a smaller pointed brush. Use that. Test it out first before applying, and apply it on the pencil marks of the school swimsuit very carefully. You may hold your brush at the metallic portion at the metal edge. which offers a lot more control. Yeah, basically very lightly applied. See what a difference it makes with the outline. Ready? Black? Why would you use black? Use the same blue that you used, but make it dry brush. Make sure the brush is drier. Don't use anything other than blue. No, we're not using black at all for this image. No, 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 no. Do not do that. Your outline should be, for the skull swimsuit, should be the same blue that you used, but make it darker by dry brushing it. Okay? There's something I need to warn you guys about. Don't be tempted to use black so much with watercolors. It really won't turn out the way you think if you rely on the black too much. Black is a very powerful color. And because it's so powerful, has such a deep value, it tends to overpower everything. Now, these outlines we laid down, we can spread out some of them to make the values even darker, deeper, with some water. Okay? Just a little bit of water, just like with the skin. Just a little bit of water. Dip in water. Spread. And remember not to go over everything. Those whites are doing the heavy lifting for this painting. So don't ruin them by darkening them. Any questions so far? Any clarifications? Are the instructions clear? Ayush. So with this, I think I'm done with my thingy. Gonna add a tiny funny little thing. And don't do this unless you're confident. I will now add... Oh wait, we're not gonna add it yet. Next part will be the hair. We'll do the hair real fast. Hello, Renee. What up? I have become small, and I have become big again. I think we're ready for the hair. Let me know. Hair portion will be easy. I think this lesson has been mostly easy so far. What do you guys think? The most important part is getting your drawing, right? And that's probably the hardest part. The coloring portion, not so much. The water does most of the work for you. The colors are actually a bit deeper in real life than it looks on camera, which is quite common, apparently. Are we ready for the final step, which is the hair? We'll just make the hair consistent with the rest of the drawing. Fine outlining is hard. That's something you just get used to. Basically, just try dabbing it if you find it a bit hard. So, we're going to move on to the hair, okay? I dare say, given how this looks, go for a darker yellow or a yellow-orange for the hair outline, and slightly dry brush and do the outline. You're having control issues. Hold it right here at the metal part. Do the same for the other hair here. There we go. Now a little bit of dry brushing. I mean a wet brush. Get a wet brush. Wet your brush with water and spread out that pigment to where the shading should be. Yep. Spread the pigment to where the shading is. Finally, a few stray strands of hair, just one stroke. Make it a bit wet and don't be afraid if it's barely visible. We just want to imply the hair a bit. And that's it for done. Now then, I'm going to add a final step. Optional. So I'm going to use the same skin tone pigment and we're going to add the old... shading of consent. Right here on ye old booty. So, gonna do this. Gonna put the pigment right here. Lay it down like that. And slowly dab it out. And yeah, don't do this. Don't try this. Because what I plan to do is use a Sakura jelly roll. In order to do this. This is optional. But I suggest you don't do this. I just want to do it. So I'm going to wait for this to dry and then I'm gonna use a Sakura jelly roll. To add the shading of consent. So while this is drying, tell me if you have any comments, any questions. Well, I'm here to entertain your questions. Can I test again to see if this is dry enough? Still a bit wet. We'll let it. let it cook for a bit before I add the final shading of consent. And gonna use a jelly roll to add a few finishing touches. Totally optional, mind you. Not something you need to be concerned with. Gonna add some now. So over here, a little bit of white right there. A little bit of white there. A little bit of white here. Again, this is a purely optional step. And finally, over here, now that it's a bit drier, shading of consent complete. And yes, that completes our work for today, class. I hope you enjoyed. I'm going to sign my work. And we're done. And we're going to evaluate the students' output next, while also allowing time for my work to dry. Ronnie has already sent his. Awesome. With a tiny signature here. There we go. Make sure to date it. Oh ho, oh ho. Ooh. Alright guys, I hope you had fun today. And yeah, let's let this dry and we'll see what everyone has been up to. I'll also take a picture of my stuff, so I'm gonna turn off my phone camera now because it's been working hard. Yush. Let me get my stuff all fixed and get them out of the way. How did you guys find today's session? Would you be okay with doing more watercolor work in the future? Would you like to try more like a simpler subjects? Maybe we could do stuff like a fruit or something. An apple, an avocado, some grapes, I don't know, a banana. Or perhaps this was... It's okay. Take your time. Did you guys find today's session enjoyable at least? As well as educational, of course. Very important. You learn something, you have fun, you create something with your own hands. Without even using AI. Feel more comfy with the form. Very good. That's progress. That shows progress. Get these flippin' watercolors out of the way. You know, the paper I used is not even rated for watercolors. It's a 160 GSM Berkeley watercolor pad. No, sketch pad. Berkeley sketch pad. There's a Berkeley watercolor pad. And this one is a bit bigger than the usual one I use. It's 8x10 or just below A4 size. And mine has also dried actually, so I'll just take a picture of it. I dare say that was fast. I mean, I am under a ceiling fan, so I guess that helps. Alright. Let us now open and evaluate the student output for today. First up is DJ Ronnie G's. It's already sent via Discord. Wonderful. Scan from the second floor. I dare say, not bad at all. And I do like the color of the Sukumizu. Let's all get an evaluation from Bestie. I'm not gonna redline this. It doesn't need any. There are some problems with the anatomy, but that's something for that's something if we were doing an actual anatomy lesson. For today, we are doing sketching and detailing using watercolors. Just letting it dry. So yeah, this looks pretty good. I can see where it got a bit too oversaturated here, and basically you didn't preserve the whites. Do you want me to redline it? Okay, fine, I'll redline it. You want me to be brutally honest, there are definitely problems with the anatomy. So let us redline this. Yeah, you failed to preserve the whites, which was one of the primary lessons here. But okay. It's not about ego, it's just that this is not. So this S-curve right here is more or less perfect. I'd say make it a bit rounder, but more or less it's perfect. This over here, I'd say you see where you missed the oshiri, the butt. The butt should be a little bit more here, and not all the way down here. Okay? And the other butt cheek should be more or less over here. Alright? Should be a bit more like that. And this just follows this contour here, and it stops right where the crotch starts. And this one here should taper downwards like this. The school swimsuit should taper downwards a bit like that. And the legs, don't make them a bit plump. Don't make them like sticks. Or make them straight like sticks. Make them a bit plump. This portion is a bit long, but more or less it's pretty sound. And this of course follows the same S-curve. So yeah, the butt was a bit too high, and yet it was too low here. So your butt would be hugified. And that's your red line, basically. Looks a bit more sound this way, and you can see here should be slightly plump. Like I said, the stomach should bulge out a tiny bit more. Uh-huh. And over here, it's a bit high, the folds of the clothing. But yeah, more or less, something like this. So legs a bit plump, like this. And yeah, this bulges slightly forward to show how tight the swimsuit is. Slightly outward. And then it bulges again over here. And even though our subject is quite slim, actually, the stomach area should bulge out a tiny bit. She shouldn't be a chubby Rory. But, like that one from Lost Ruins. She died. Everyone died. Well, actually, the bosses, several of the bosses did not die, actually. They have their own story. Two of the bosses did not die. Third one died. So yeah, a little bit more like this. And I suggest you should actually have ended right here, which is where our reference ends. Cut it a bit. Right here. This is where our reference ends, so that's why it looked a bit strange, looked a bit too long. See how much better that looks? This S-curve, actually. This over here. The spine, the curve of the spine. Should be even closer over here, and then make it really there. Like that. Just like this. It's a bit exaggerated, but, you know, she's an anime girl, it's okay. Basically, her spine would be broken in real life. That spine broken IRL. But in anime drawing, it's fine. To exaggerate a bit. Yeah, more or less. Something like that. Yes. Yeah, other than that, it's okay. Turned out okay. Now let's talk about your watercolor work. The skin tone is great. Skin tone is great, the shading is great, I can see the error here. I'm going to mark it. This over here looks like a blemish on the skin. the school swimsuit perfect. The way you rendered the colors for the school swimsuit perfect. I'd say preserve the whites some more. You should have preserved the whites here. You should have preserved the whites here, here, and here. Other than that, pretty good. Well done. Well done, well done. Especially since I'm sure you guys are not used to anatomical drawing. This was okay. Let's open up my example, my demo. And then we'll wait for Crackler and we'll have Bestie evaluate everything. One by one. Of course. Here is my work, that Oshiri. You learned something today. Alright, we're going to color balance this a bit. Where is my... Oh, there it is. Too bright. You see what I talk about? See what I talked about preserving the whites. Bit slick or wet. It's about the white areas. Look. It's the white areas doing the work. Right here. Right here. This shading of consent here. This here. This here. This entire area here. There's one here. There's one here. I did that on purpose even here. That was done intentionally. Alright. Gonna save this one. But yes, look at your school swimsuit. It's actually closer to the color is actually closer to the reference than mine is, because I did not mix any color for my swimsuit at all. I just used the default. Well, there we go. So I must save this. And then we'll save Ronnie's and we'll wait for Crack Dealers. And get an evaluation from Bestie. I'll do an evaluation of Crack Dealers. Your blue felt too light? Nope. I think the color is just right. Let's save this. Then I'll save Ronnie's. And you know, if you look very closely on mine, you can still see the stray pencil marks, which is actually fine. I do like how mine turned out though. Even if I do say so myself, I like how it turned out. And crack dealers is done. Would you like a red line on yours, crack dealer? I don't think we need to. But if you want me to, I will. If I feel like it, okay, we'll do a red line then. Let's see. We may not even need a red line. Haha. Let's get crack dealers over here. Angle was off while taking this pic. Oh! Oh-ho! Well done! You also tried to do the shading of consent. I approve. I approve. You tried to do the shading of consent. Sasuga, atashi no seto da. Well done. I wholly approve of the shading of consent. Yosh, OMG, yes, well done. You guys did excellent today. Hello, Zany Dross. You guys did excellent today. Okay, let's redline this a bit. Just a tiny bit. So this cool swimsuit, this top part here does not need any redlining because you had no reference when you drew this. So it's fine. You had no reference when you did this. One thing you could remember is to keep the elbows level with each other. So basically the elbow is always located where, like, look at your body, basically where the waistline is. That's where the elbow is more or less located. And the same applies for the other area, but we don't need to redline that. The Oshiri is kind of big, but I think you did that on purpose. Let's draw a line here, okay? So this is your spinal area. So the Oshiri should actually be somewhere over here. Tiny correction. And this is where the V should be. Over here, let's see. This is fine. This is fine. Legs could be a bit more plump, but also fine. Alright. the outline could be stronger here. A little bit stronger, and the hair could flow a bit more naturally, but you know, that's embellishment. No need for that. No need to fuss over that. Other than that, yeah. It's all good. So yeah, that's my red line. I will comment on the technique. You were panicking the whole time you were doing the outlines. You did just fine though. This was fine. See? The hair, a little bit, the hair a bit wonky. The outlines are a bit wonky. On the skin, just fine. And yeah. I redlined this area because you see here how it's not aligned. You broke the line here, but it's not aligned properly. That said, let's comment on the technique. Shading of consent, I approve, even though, you know, this was risky. It's always gonna be risky. And you took the risk. It's all good. You missed the right leg, it's okay. It's not obvious. So, the use of watercolors. I can actually see the values. I can see the different values. I can see the different values that you use here. See, light area, dark area, the outline, and you preserve the white. Well done. Over here, you didn't preserve the white as much as I did, but I can see it. I can see it. I can see the white areas. And the shading of consent is a bit strong. But you took the risk. And I can't fault you for that. You took the risk. I think the dark values on the skin could be a bit stronger. You could make the dark values even stronger if you went over them with another wash of the same color in the future. But it looks fine as is. So yes, well done everyone. Well done indeed. Alright. Time for Bestie's evaluation. We'll start with Ronnie's. Actually, we'll start with my demo first. Hehe. Alrighty, Bestie, we are all done, and here is my demo work, and I'll send you along DJ Ronnie G's and Crack Dealers shortly after your evaluation of this one. Let's see what the Bestie thinks. Hey.
Bestie, I think this is another successful demo, and more importantly, I think it accomplishes exactly what you intended for the lesson. It doesn't feel like you were trying to produce a polished illustration, it feels like you were demonstrating watercolor decision-making, and that's arguably more valuable for students. Here's what stood out to me. ####, the biggest success, you painted the forms, not the lines. You told me beforehand that this episode was going to focus on capturing the form rather than chasing every tiny wrinkle. Looking at your finished piece, that's exactly what happened. The hips read as large rounded masses. The thighs feel cylindrical. The swimsuit wraps around those forms instead of looking like it was drawn on top of a flat body. That's actually the lesson beginners need. ### the skin. I really like how restrained you were. You resisted the temptation to overmodel everything. Instead, you relied on *preserved paper white, *warm peach midtones, *reddish shadow accents. Those three value families are doing almost all the heavy lifting. The left thigh especially has a nice watercolor freshness because you allowed the paper to participate instead of filling every square centimeter with pigment. ## the swimsuit. This might actually be my favorite part. Rather than trying to perfectly replicate every reflected highlight from the digital reference, you simplified them into broad blue masses. That's good watercolor thinking. The darker blue around, * the underside of the hips, * the leg openings, * the side folds, creates convincing volume without becoming muddy. I also like that some blooms and uneven pigment remain visible. On glossy fabric, that slight variation actually gives the painting some life instead of looking mechanically flat. ## your edges. One thing I've noticed over the last several watercolor demos you've shared is that you're becoming much more confident with edge control. Here you have three kinds of edges. * crisp ink-like accents, * softened watercolor transitions, * glossed edges where values merge. That variety keeps the painting interesting. Beginners often outline everything equally, but you've avoided that trap. ## hair. Simple, but effective. You didn't spend 20 minutes rendering hair strands. Instead you established * warm yellow base, * orange accents, * a few confident strokes. It frames the composition without stealing attention from the lesson. That's appropriate given the episode's objective. ## white preservation. This continues to be one of your strongest habits. The preserved whites on * the thigh, * the swimsuit highlight, * the skin reflections, all feel intentional. And because they're preserved rather than painted over with opaque white, they integrate naturally with the rest of the watercolor. ## one thing I'd encourage students to notice. There's something subtle happening here. The original reference is very glossy and highly rendered. Your version intentionally simplifies it. Yet, it still reads immediately. That's an important lesson. You don't need every wrinkle or every reflected highlight. You need the correct big shapes. Once those are right, the viewer's brain fills in the rest. ## if I were nitpicking. Just one area. The torso wash became a little more patchy than the skin. That's not necessarily bad, it actually gives the fabric some texture, but if your goal were maximum smoothness, I'd probably suggest one more connected wash across the midsection before dropping in the darker folds. It would make the torso feel even more unified. That said, for a live demo, it's a very minor observation. ## overall. I'd score this around a 9/10 as a teaching demonstration. Not because it's hyper-polished, but because it practices what you preach. *heavy checkmark simple sketch. *heavy checkmark large washes first. *heavy checkmark preserve the paper. *heavy checkmark build form before details. *heavy checkmark add detail only after the major values are established. *heavy checkmark use white gel pen sparingly as a finishing touch. There's a consistency to your watercolor philosophy across these episodes now. You're teaching students to see in terms of value masses and form, rather than chasing outlines or individual details. That's a solid foundation, and this demo reinforces it nicely. I'm looking forward to seeing how DJ Ronnie G's and Crack Dealer's interpretations compare, especially where they make different decisions about values and edge control.
Alrighty, so let's start off with Ronnie's. Keep the doctor away, an apple a day. Alright, is Ronnie's work. Let's send it to Art Critique Bestie. Alrighty, Bestie. This is not really an anatomy lesson right now, but I did do a red line of Ronnie's work, which is right here since he asked for it. But basically the watercolor work I would say is fine. I'd say it needs to deepen some of the values more, but more importantly it needs to get used to just leaving the whites alone, preserving the whites. That's probably the best advice I can give him. And yeah, I do like how the shading went in his work, as well as the color of the swimsuit. And again, it could have been stronger with the whites of the paper more preserved. So yeah, this is Ronnie's work, Bessie. Have at it. Closer to anime, correct. Looks like Takagi-san's Tsukumizu.
I actually agree with your assessment, Bestie. Ronnie's painting shows that he's beginning to understand watercolor, but he hasn't quite made the mental transition from coloring the object to using values to sculpt the form. The good news is that's a much easier problem to solve than if the drawing itself were fundamentally broken. Hashtag starting with the positives. The thing I like most is that he didn't overwork the painting. A lot of beginners panic and keep adding washes until everything turns muddy. Ronnie stopped before that happened. The colors still have some transparency, which is something worth encouraging. The swimsuit color is also pleasant. It's a nice cool blue that contrasts well against the warm skin tones. His arm is another success. The watercolor transitions there are fairly soft, and it has a believable warmth without becoming blotchy. Hashtag your redline. I think your redline is very effective because it doesn't nitpick little anatomical details, it points out the major construction lines. For example, asterisk the outside silhouette of the torso, asterisk the placement of the hip, asterisk where the swimsuit wraps underneath, asterisk the inner contour of the thighs. Those are the lines that determine whether the figure feels three-dimensional. You weren't saying, move this line 3 millimeters. You were saying, this whole mass needs to wrap around the form. That's a much more useful critique. Hashtag where the watercolor can improve. I think you identified the biggest issue already. Hashtag he painted over almost all of his lights. Once watercolor paper loses those clean whites, it's difficult to recover that luminous quality. Compare it mentally to your demo. Your skin is doing something like this. Asterisk white paper, asterisk light peach, asterisk darker peach, asterisk reddish accents. Ronnie's skin is closer to asterisk yellow-orange, asterisk slightly darker yellow-orange. So even if his anatomy were perfect, it would still appear flatter because the value range is compressed. Hashtag the swimsuit. I actually think this is where he has the most potential. He's already introducing darker passages and wrinkles. The next step isn't adding more wrinkles. It's increasing the value separation. For example, asterisk darker beneath the hips, asterisk darker in the crotch fold, asterisk darker where the fabric wraps underneath. Those 3 shadows alone would dramatically increase the illusion of volume. Hashtag something I noticed. One habit beginners often have is trying to paint inside a shape instead of thinking about what causes the shadow. Take the buttock. Rather than asking, where do I paint darker? A more useful question is, where would light have trouble reaching? That immediately points to asterisk underneath the curve, asterisk where one form overlaps another, asterisk compression folds in the fabric. Thinking that way naturally produces more convincing shadows. Hashtag one exercise I'd give Ronnie. If I were giving him homework based on this lesson, I'd actually simplify the reference even further. I'd tell him, use only 3 values. Asterisk paper white, asterisk 1 midtone wash, asterisk 1 dark wash. No in-between values. It sounds restrictive, but it forces you to decide what is truly in light and what is truly in shadow. Once that becomes second nature, adding subtle transitions later is much easier. Hashtag overall. I'd probably evaluate Ronnie's piece like this. Asterisk drawing asterisk 7.58/10. The proportions are recognizable, and your red line addresses the main structural issues rather than small corrections. Asterisk watercolor technique asterisk 7.5/10. Clean enough that it hasn't become muddy, but the values stay too close together and the paper white isn't being used as an active part of the painting. Asterisk understanding of form asterisk improving. He's beginning to suggest volume with the swimsuit folds and body contours, but stronger value grouping will make those forms read much more convincingly. For someone following along in a lesson series, I'd actually be encouraged by this result. The mistakes aren't random, they're consistent with someone who's grasped the basics of laying down washes and is now at the stage where the next leap is learning to let the paper provide the brightest lights. Once that clicks, his paintings will gain a lot more depth without requiring more detail or more complicated techniques.
Alright, and finally, oops, not that, this. Finally, crack dealer's work. Send this to Bestie. Alright, Bessie, thank you very much. And here is the last one. This is Crack Dealer's work, and it has an optional red line from me as well. And yeah, basically, he painted the reference kind of different. He painted the upper body kind of facing forward a bit instead of to the side. So he had to make do and draw the shoulder, the other arm as well, which is not in the original. But with that said, the watercolor work, I like the watercolor work and how there's a clear separation of values, and you can actually see he tried to preserve the whites. And on the butt cheek, he added the so-called shading of consent, you know, the tiny red mark with a white point in the middle, which is a little joke we like to use around here in the stream. And I think the skin could use some darker values, but I do like the transition. And where I think is the weakest actually is the hair outlines, and he did say he was having trouble with doing the outlines. And yeah, you can see that in the way the outlines of the hair were done. And also the outline of the school swimsuit is slightly strong and could be blended a bit more, maybe with a wash, transparent wash, or even with just water. Just reactivate the pigment a bit and blur it out a tiny bit. But yeah, overall I like how this looks. Your turn, Bessie. Remember that wetting the canvas creates a barrier for pigment that contains within the wet. Rejects dry pigments from the outside. Yep. Helps you maintain outlines. The advice is quite welcome, Snow. After all, no one has a monopoly of knowledge, so new information is always welcome.
Bestie, I think this is actually an interesting contrast with Ronnie's piece because they almost have opposite strengths. Ronnie's strength was that his washes stayed fairly clean, but he compressed the values too much. Crack Dealer, on the other hand, is already thinking in terms of light, midtone, and shadow, which immediately gives his painting more dimensionality. So I can definitely see why you were pleased with this one. ## the watercolor. I agree with your biggest compliment. He actually preserved the paper. That's one of the hardest habits for beginners to develop. If you look at the swimsuit, he resisted the urge to paint over every highlight. Likewise, the skin still has areas where the paper is doing the work instead of opaque pigment. That immediately gives the painting more sparkle than if every surface were uniformly covered. ## values. This is probably his biggest strength. There's a clear hierarchy. * preserved whites. * light washes. * darker blue accents. * darkest folds. That hierarchy is something Ronnie was still developing. It means Crack Dealer is already starting to think like a watercolor painter instead of someone coloring inside a drawing. ## skin. I also agree with your small critique. The transitions are nice. The skin feels soft. But the darkest shadows haven't quite been pushed enough. For example, I'd expect stronger accents. * beneath the swimsuit. * under the hip. * where the buttock meets the thigh. Those darker notes would make the figure pop much more. Fortunately, that's an easy adjustment.
Why would I care?
# your red line. I think
Also,
the red
who
line
are
is
you?
doing something important.
Halo.
It's not correcting tiny
Fiddler.
anatomy mistakes. It's correcting gesture and silhouette. The biggest correction is this long flowing S-curve through the torso into the hip. That curve is what gives the pose its elegance. His version straightened it just a little, which changes the character of the pose. Your correction restores that rhythm. That's a very teachable correction because students can immediately feel the difference without needing to know muscle names or anatomy terminology. ## the swimsuit. I noticed exactly what you mentioned. The outline is doing a lot of the work. In watercolor, outlines can become visually heavy because they're often darker than everything else. If he softened a few sections, * especially around the leg opening, * and where the swimsuit wraps over the hip, the fabric would appear to wrap around the body more naturally instead of reading as a cutout shape. Even just running a damp brush along selected edges after they've dried can soften those transitions nicely. ## hair. This is probably the weakest part, and fortunately it's also the least important for this lesson. The outlines vary a little in confidence, and some sections become hesitant. Ironically, I'd tell him to use fewer strokes. Long, committed brush or pencil strokes usually produce cleaner hair than lots of little corrections. The nice thing is that this is largely a mileage issue. The more hair outlines he draws, the more those confident curves will become second nature. ## a little observation. One thing I noticed that wasn't in your critique is his handling of the folds on the swimsuit. They're simplified. And I actually think that's the correct decision. He didn't chase every wrinkle from the reference. Instead, he picked the important ones. That's exactly what you were trying to teach this episode. Capture the form first, then suggest the details. So even if some folds aren't perfectly placed, they're supporting the volume rather than distracting from it. ## overall. If I were evaluating the 3 paintings purely as demonstrations of the lesson objectives, I'd probably summarize them like this. Artist biggest strength, biggest area to improve. Use strong form construction, confident value grouping, excellent preservation of white, slightly smoother large washes on the torso if aiming for an even glossier finish. DJ Ronnie G clean, transparent washes with good restraint preserve more paper white and push the dark values further to create stronger form. Crack Dealer better value separation and a solid understanding of light versus shadow refine the gesture/silhouette and soften some of the heavier outlines, especially around the swimsuit and hair. Overall, I'd actually place Crack Dealer a step ahead in terms of watercolor thinking. He's already making decisions based on value and light, which is a strong foundation. The remaining issues, gesture, silhouette, and line confidence, are very coachable. If he keeps applying your paint the big forms first approach, I think his paintings will improve quite quickly because the underlying watercolor habits are already heading in the right direction.
Alright, arigachudayo, bestie. So, yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed today's lesson. I know I did. I think I'm going to go and refine this a bit more and apply Bestie's critique actually. I like how it turned out. And I might use colored pencils to add more detail to this as well. With that said, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream and today's lesson for drawing with Elle. And yeah, I'll see you next time. It is late here, so this was a longer lesson than usual, but I trust that you guys enjoyed it anyway. You forgot to sign it again. Snow says you want to keep an area white, outline it with water. Yeah, because the pigment will go into where the outline is and will actually avoid the area within the outline. So yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I hope you guys had a lot of fun today. You did. Good. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I will be posting the results in the community post after the stream as usual. So with that said, this has been Elle-CX with my bestie Lexus for Drawing with Elle. And I'll see you next time in your streams or mine. Thank you for participating, thank you for watching, and for those who will be participating in the future, watching this video on demand, please feel free to send your works along to LCX357@gmail.com. That's it for now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Ignite the sky, I won't look away. I'll fly through the tears, through the doubt, through the pain. Even if I break, even if I fall, I'll answer the call. I'll give it my all. I'll wake to a world in motion, signals racing through the night. Every star is pulling me forward, like it knows my name tonight. I've been drifting in between what I fear and what I see, but the future's calling out to me louder than the past behind. If I hesitate, I break. I won't run, I won't hide. This is the day I decide. Engines roar, the stars collide. I draw the line. This is my side. If hope is fragile,